Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing amazing today. Today, we continue with the bee projectile. Need that stinger being more stingerly. I don't know how else to describe it. It needs to be doing better. After stream yesterday, I experimented a little bit with ways to do a reduced frame rate instead of having the super smooth transition on the animation. And I think I did okay, but I'd like to spend a little more time on that. And then also, let's look at getting some sort of glowing outline, because these are going to be very small projectiles, and I want them to be a little more visible than what we've got at the moment. So, let's see, first. Boop. No, stop it. I said no already. DLC, I don't want to update. Just update it at some point. Anyway. Give me that startup timer. Let's go. First startup today. Hopefully we can finish those 2 quests to be able to make some money. Because I'm broke. Wait, did I just see that correctly? Oh, hold on. %20 off in-game store? What? Fancy. Interesting though that none of the costumes are on sale. Like, they aren't available in the storefront. Huh. It's mostly general account additions, so like more character slots, more storage, stuff like that. Oh. Here we go. With how far I'm delving into the Nightfall campaign, more and more I'm thinking that the end of this sort of run routing is going to be the end of Nightfall. Because we're getting very close to the end. At least compared to the other campaigns. And the whole point of playing this game was to figure out, can a campaign be soloed? And originally, we came to Nightfall to get a skill so that we'd be strong enough to handle factions. But if we're gonna be this close to the end of Nightfall, maybe Nightfall is the correct campaign to just test the solo ability. Maybe. Okay. All right. Before I get out of here. I think I have the wrong build for handling these guys. I can't do enough damage. Well, that's disappointing. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Okay, back to Old Faithful. And I thought we were finally done with Whirling Defense. I was so happy I wouldn't have to deal with that nonsense anymore. But no. As a reminder, Whirling Defense is, I think it's either 8 or 12 seconds, something like that, of 75% chance to block. So just 3/4 of my hits just don't. Yeah, you can stay there. Okay, where are you? Hello. There you are, spooky dum-dum. All right. Is this gonna go better? Hopefully. Already gone way better. Oop, time to back off. That is fine. And actually, dying is fine too. As long as one target goes down, I'm happy. I'm not gonna take a single one down because they're gonna keep changing targets. What? Why do you do this? Ugh. This is the most endlessly frustrating part of playing this class. Oh, right. Because I brought down Kuro and he has a son of a gun. Well, wonder how long it'll take him to run over here. And I can't see him on this map, unfortunately. Like, you couldn't have given me an enemy type other than Bowman here? Just something. Kuro, where are you at? I mean, I assume he's coming. There he is. Wait. Why are you coming that way? Huh? What? Oh, I'm at like nothing here. Okay, one more down. And we wait. Yeah, no, this is just the worst. And they're gonna be fully healed before I can set up again. Poop! Maybe pick off this one. But I need to make sure that we've like fully broken aggro, or my spirits will start attacking right away. Yep, this is gonna be literally one per attack. I should have brought henchmen because, like, now that I've taken out a few, this is just repetition. Y'all chill. Not chill. And they're able to take out the spirits so fast. That's gross. You know what? Maybe I couldn't use henchmen here anyway, or shouldn't have, because if I can't take out this next one, I don't not sure what to do. Please stop attacking. Okay. If I can take out that one, I can take out the rest. Temporism. Down. There we go. And done. Oh no. Okay, let's just not get into fights with anything on the way back. And that is our startup time done. Demo. And you don't realize how big of an impact seemingly minor speed buffs have until you don't have them anymore. Yes, yes. We're here. Excellent. All right. So, yeah, I'm not super happy with this frame rate. Part of that is just it's not consistent. The first thing I want to do is just simplify this. Okay. So that's what? 1 frame per second, right? So shouldn't that be 8 frames per second? Why does that not affect it? I don't understand. Okay, hold on. Why did you stop? Why am I not getting a different FPS? I guess maybe that makes sense. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And so I think that's 8 frames a second. That is the look I'm going for. That looks like it's coming from a Sprite sheet. Yeah, no, that 8 FPS worked. Okay. Now, how to get the glowing outline I want. And by the way, the trick I used for seeing what it looks like at the reduced resolution, because anything you put in the editor is going to be at as high a resolution as it can get when it comes to shaders. To reduce the resolution of what it's actually going to look like in the game, put it in the sub viewport. That's all you got to do. And then display it in a sprite like this. Sorry, like this. With a sub viewport texture, or viewport texture. Alright, now, glowing outline. I should make this a shader include. And I think I'm going to also rename this guy. So just call it Stinger. And have a new folder to, what am I gonna name this? One-offs? Is one-offs hyphenated? All right. border dot PD shader include. Border gradient. I think I need to steal my in-paint code. Where did I put that? Like, I had really good in-paint code somewhere. Not sure what I'm using that for, but okay, where did I put it? I know where I'm using it, but I can find it. Oh, that's just in test. Got it. let's migrate that into an include. Maybe. I'll use this as a starting point. Actually, I don't want to do this exact same thing. Oh wait, I already made this. What am I doing? And I want to prefix all of these. That way, if I try to include both in a future shader, I can. Hold on. That's not what comes in. Also need to pass in UV. Wait, do I? Yeah, because I have to... Yeah. Assuming I don't have access to time either. Son of a gun. Maybe I can just return new color. There you are. I guess I don't actually need a 2D texture for this, do I? I should extract this data and get 1D texture. Safe way to do that. That. Got it. Why is that still looking like that? That should not be working. Interesting. So let's start. Here. Actually, I could probably just do this. That's not right. Oh. Oh, that makes sense, actually. You have to think about that. So anything for setting up new colors RGB, I don't care. Which also means I don't care about the near color RGB either, do I? All I care about is this density calculation. And I'm pretty sure I'll want to expand this going out 2 pixels. No, I want to handle this different than that. Okay. What is this? Oh, wait. Think. No sign of time. Need to add 1 to it and divide by 2. Sorry guys, got quite the distraction out the window right now. Brain cannot function. What's happening out there? Yeah. Hey. What am I doing? Okay. Either that, or working. Sort of. I need to see what it looks like outside the viewport. That doesn't make sense to me. There we go. That's what I wanted. And I think I also want to eat into the inner texture a bit. Hey there, Froggy. How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Trying to figure out how to make this projectile look good. Well, you are in the right place, because I'm still learning almost everything too. I shouldn't say that. I've learned a lot, but there's definitely just a lot to learn. Let's see, I think I think both of these don't get used, right? Oh, that's not right. There we go. But feel free to ask any and all questions. I am here to answer. All right, how do I establish that I want to eat into the texture? You've been learning Lua for 3 weeks. Want to try something more popular like Python? So Lua, I know a few engines use. What engines use Python or Java? I'm not familiar. Unless you're trying to make your own, which I do not recommend. Well, if you're wanting to do game devs, make sure you pick a language that will work with the game engine you want to develop games in. Because you can't just say, oh, I want to work in Python, and I'm going to go program in, use Godot as my engine. That's not going to work for you. Like for Godot, if you're going to use that, your choices for language are GDScript, which is their like specific one they made for Godot. There's C# and Rust. There's like 1 or 2 others, but those are the big ones. Whatever language Unity uses. Hey, what's the answer? Unity natively supports C#. There you go. So you should be learning C#. To learn that, but when you sleep. All right. Yep. I should have asked the question different. Unity's supported link. Yeah, it looks like C# is your only real option. Yeah, and so when they say other languages that enhance Unity game development, this is stuff where you can learn these if you have a very hyper-specific use case. So, for example, let's say you're developing something in Unity that needs to access database information on some server. Well, in that case, you're going to need to learn SQL or some databasing language, or database query language, I should say. if you're wanting to do specific stuff in browsers, like let's say you want to have custom loading, if you want to have custom embedding in browsers, then learn JavaScript along with it. But until you have those specific use cases, you have your main language as C#. Yeah, definitely don't try to tackle every language you could possibly use, because in a literal sense, you can use any language. Iron Python, I would assume, based on the name, is a Rust-flavored Python. That would be my guess, but I know nothing about Iron Python. Like, I can do a Google search and give you my 2 cents based on what AI tells us. Well, it doesn't have anything to do with Rust. Open source Python, tightly integrated with .NET and Mono framework, allowed developers to use Python code and use the .NET ecosystem. You're already working in C#, which means you have access to the entire .NET ecosystem. You don't need Iron Python for that. Let's change this a bit. All of that I don't need. Are you making an actual game or just learning how to? I am making an actual game. I like using ChatGPT. Give you examples and stuff. Yeah, for C#, I would imagine ChatGPT is going to be more useful. One thing to be careful of. I understand what it's saying because I learned a bit of Lua. So, a thing to be careful of with using ChatGPT or any AI in your development process is it going to be considered that you used AI for development? Because remember, if you're going to release your game on Steam, let's say, you have to disclose that. And you have to disclose any and all instances where you've used AI, in what capacity you used it. Obviously, the bigger one is if you use generative AI for like art and stuff. So, while I use different AIs for quick reference, looking up info, sometimes for learning things, I make sure to not use the code it generates. Don't use AI to make stuff good. And I'm not saying don't do that, because it's not like you can't release games on Steam that use AI. There's no restriction there. It's just be aware what that's going to do for your game and marketing and all that stuff. Because, like, a lot of gamers don't like to see that AI was used. But there's also just the matter of, if you make a good game, most people aren't going to care how you made it. But as far as me making a game, oh, he's not going to work right now, is he? Right now I'm working on just one enemy. Here's the little guy. So let me just pull up the Twitter post from Tuesday. That'll be easier. So, like, this past week, I was working on this enemy. Ignore the player character, he's being replaced at some point. Like, this is the new enemy type. And he's supposed to be a trap. He wakes up on occasion, comes and attacks. And we got the start for the bee. I am so proud of this animation. It seems so simple now that it's done, but like the amount of work that went into just making the wings look correct was so much. And it's worth noting, I did not create any of my assets by hand. So this is generated from a 3D model. Same for actually all of the stuff you see that's not static. Or if it's not static and not a particle effect, I've generated it from a 3D model. And yes, all my 3D models I have purchased, because I have no artistic skill whatsoever. You can see by how much I'm struggling to make this thing look the way I want it to look. Alright. What did I call that? And I should not need time anymore. At least not for that, though. Do you know any ways I can learn coding or write my coding to test if it works? Yes. I highly recommend you learn a concept that I picked up from some scripting habits way back in the day. How come you don't make the stinger colored instead of making it move? Well, let me answer one question at a time. So in scripting languages, what I grabbed from some coworkers ages ago is a concept of a scratch file. So this is just a file that you can run, that you can call in stuff from other parts of your code. Think of it like a main function in C#. So in C#, your starting point is main. And I would say, and this advice goes for any language you want to learn, get hello world and start adding to it. So figure out how to write hello world for whatever language you're working in, and then just start adding to that. That is, I have found the best starting point and the fastest way to get familiar with a language. Or for that matter, anything you want to learn in programming or software. Website app where you can write the code. I wouldn't waste my time. Like, go ahead and get your environment set up so you can run your code locally. There's gonna be guides on how to set that up all over the internet, and I'm not going to be able to do as good a job as the people that have already made that stuff. But just get your local development environment in a state where you can run Hello World, which is just, in the case of C#, it's a simple app that has a main function and a single line of code that says print hello world, or console print or something like that. Once you have that, you know that line of code is executing. So now you can add new stuff there that you know when you run the program, those lines of code are going to run. Yep, that is exactly it. As far as making it colorful, I've already got this. It's just not showing right now because I have errors in my code. And for reference, what it's going to look like eventually, if when it actually plays in the game, is something like this. But for now, I'm working here because I want to add like a red outline to make it hyper visible to the player. Hey, this is dangerous. Don't touch this. What's the main idea of my game? Think something like Diablo, but without any story. You are thrown into arenas, also kind of like Vampire Survivors, but without resetting. You're thrown into arenas, kill monsters, get bonuses. At the end of every round, you gain an experience, your character levels up, and you unlock new skills, new classes, all that fun stuff. So the idea is just, it's a grind game where you just get stronger. And specifically, I'm wanting some aspects of this to be like really simple controls. I want this to be controllable with like single input. So if you're on mobile, you can play this game with a single finger. If you're on PC, you're only going to need to use like one hand to play this game. Whether that's with mouse or with keyboard or with controller. I want to make it hyper simple inputs. And one thing that's down the line that I haven't figured out all the details of is making your attack be programmatic in terms of being able to chain abilities together. So if you chain arrow shot with fireball, when the arrow hits a target, it launches a fireball. Stuff like that. But there's a lot to work out there, particularly when it comes to my plans for pet-based attacks. So like, if you have an ability like summon fire elemental, right? And then your secondary ability is, let's just stick with fireball. What does that mean for you to have a pet-based attack chaining into fireball? Does that mean every time the fire elemental makes contact with something, it launches a fireball? Or does it mean that the regular interval attacks of fireball that would come from the player instead come from the pet? Like, how's that going to work? I am using Godot. That's the engine, or the editor you're seeing on screen right now. Godot is probably the fastest engine to pick up from what I've seen. Ever heard of it? I'd say it's probably the third most well-known engine at this point. Probably. And it's also the only fully open source engine out there. So, like, whenever there's something with the editor or the engine that I don't like, I just go change it. Top 3 engines. I don't have a top 3. I have a top 2. My top 2 are obviously Godot, because that's what I picked for my game, and Unreal Engine. I specifically ruled out Unity because of all the shenanigans they pulled over the past few years, trying to, like, monetize their engine in very exploitative ways. And specifically, making those changes retroactive. What did you need to do? Oh, well, they tried to make it so that anytime someone installs your game, not purchases, anytime someone installs your game, you as the developer have to pay Unity. And it was a small amount, but for very low-cost games, it would mean that if a player just installed your game, uninstalled it, and then reinstalled it a few times, I think it came out to like 10 times total, then you would lose all of your profit. Like if you were selling your game for like $2, literally all of your profit would be gone after 10 installs. So I don't remember if it got deployed into the wild, but there was massive backlash and they backtracked on it. But my fear is, okay, they tried this once. What's to say they're not going to try it again? Now, their terms of service has been improved so that allegedly, if you download a version of Unity and start working in it, you are locked into that terms of service, that license agreement. But since they've already tried shenanigans, I'm not going to risk it. I'm not saying don't use Unity. I'm saying, for me, That was too scary. Like, Unity is a solid product. Absolutely. And as it is written now, their license agreement is perfectly acceptable. Now I'm making you not want to use it. Like I said, their current license agreement is perfectly acceptable, and they should not have any wiggle room, legally speaking, to pull the rug out from under you. It should not be possible for them to do. Again, as I've said every time I talk legal stuff on this channel, you are listening to an animated hamster. This is not formal legal advice. For anything important, consult a lawyer. This is just my interpretation based on reading their license agreement and terms of service. And then another factor for me individually is, because they did that, I'm not willing to work with them. Like, I don't want to work with a product made by people who do things like that. And that's a moral decision on my part. And that should be in no way interpreted as something like that anyone else should adopt. It is my moral take on what happened there. Oh, forgot to copy that line of code before I deleted it. Oh well. Reburn, turn, texture. Gradient. Cosine of time plus divided by p. Apparently they would only implement the royalty if the game had made 200,000 plus in profit. Be a 20-cent charge. Yes, that was the second version of it after they got some initial backlash. My recollection. This was a while ago, so take my recollection with a grain of salt in this regard. But it was retroactive is the problem. So they were saying all the people that have been using Unity, even though this was not in the license agreement or terms of service that you agreed to when you made your product, we are going to retroactively apply this to you. Which is, from a legal perspective, is absolutely nuts. And I'm pretty sure if that was taken to court, a judge would have just laughed them out of the courtroom. I'm pretty sure. However, yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that. Like, I am a solo developer. I don't have a team. I don't have funding. So I don't have the bandwidth to try and mess with that situation. And again, for me, it is also just they were willing to try these shenanigans. And I find that unacceptable. And also just the idea of a charge every time your game is installed doesn't make sense to me anyway. Like, the way Unreal works is, I think, the best version out there for a paid engine. I think it's 100,000. Up to 100,000, you owe nothing. And then after 100,000, your total cost is, I think it's just over $1,000. Unreal Engine license. I think that's how it works. And I want to say there's two different versions. There's the royalty version and the non-royalty, or there's like royalty based and seat based. So you can either pay them 5% in royalties, or you can pay them just shy of $2,000 per developer per year. That's what a seat is. So seats are people actively working at the same time in the engine. So for example, if you have a developer working in the United States and a developer working in India, and they never are working at the exact same time, then you only need one seat between the two of them. But generally speaking, it's one seat per developer. And notice this whole note here of basically contact us if you want more than 10 licenses, because after 10 they're going to start giving you big discounts. This is very, very standard licensing for software. And it's worth noting, like, past 12 months, they're not creating and are not creating a game or application that relies on engine code at runtime. Oh, they changed this. Okay. So for video game development specifically, you do have to go with the royalty-based model. But still, 5% of your revenue. So if you've published a game 10 years ago and someone decides to reinstall your game today, you don't now owe Unreal any money. You have more than 10 developers, you get a discount. So for the seat-based license, yes. But like I said, this has changed since I last looked at it, which was like a year ago. The seat-based is only if you are not creating a game or application. So if you're using Unreal Engine runtime, you cannot use the seat-based licensing. And I think I actually fall into the seat-based category, even though I am releasing a game. I am using Unreal Engine for exporting assets into a format that I can use in Blender. Why would you use Unreal Engine to not make a game? You could use it for animation. A lot of people use Unreal Engine for animation stuff. So, like, if you want to make an animated movie, Unreal Engine is commonly used for that. Animated movies that Unreal Engine. I think it's primarily short films. And apparently this film won an Oscar. Thought they used Blender? Blender is another one that's used as well. I believe Unreal... I don't know. I don't want to speak too much on that. Yeah, I don't know much about the market and which one is more prevalent. I just know that both are used. So linear content such as film, television show, architectural visualization. So this is also, Unreal is also used for simulations, like physics simulations and like civil engineering stuff. Graphics for broadcast and live events. Applications such as product configurators. So I don't think I would want to use Unreal Engine for that, but it's an option. Is Unreal Engine owned by Epic Games? Yes. Immersive experiences such as theme park rides or interactive architectural walkthroughs. Yep. So that's actually another place where Unreal has a big impact, is things like museum exhibits that have like projected educational stuff or informational stuff that's projected on walls and whatnot, or just, you know, big screens in museums. That's one place that Unreal gets used a whole bunch. But if you're making a game and you happen to make over $1 million in the past 12 months, then you owe $50,000 for every million. Which, if you're making $1 million in the past 12 months, save 50,000 of it. Like, if you notice you're starting to make hundreds of thousands a month, save 50 of it just in case, and like, you'll be good. But these are all the reasons that I went with Godot. And also, if you make less than $1 million per year with your game or games, then you owe nothing. Yeah, what's stopping me from getting 999K, then deleting the game, then republishing it? So it's not based on per game. It is you as a individual or company have made $1 million in the past 12 months. So if you delete your game and republish it and make another $1,000, you still owe that money. Yep. And of course, this is going to be based on money you've made using products that utilize the Unreal Engine. All lifetime gross revenue above 1 million that is directly attributed to the Unreal Engine product, regardless of who collects it, will be subject to a 5% royalty. Oh, well, the way this is phrased, this actually implies to me that the first $1 million you don't pay the 5% on anyway. it sounds like you're only paying the 5% after you've made $1 million. So any additional revenue after the first million. And it's worth noting, if you're publishing on Steam, they take 30%. So this would be after you have brought in 700,000. Then you start paying this 5%. Does Steam take 30% of your profit? They take 30% of sales. Be sure you're differentiating between profit and revenue. So the revenue is the game sales. Whether you're selling on Epic Games, whether you're selling on Steam. But they already charge $100 for you to publish the game? Yeah. And $100 to publish a game on a platform is nothing. Like, that is there just to stop people from publishing garbage. That's the only reason that $100 exists. That $100 earns Valve almost nothing. You got 25 bucks? All right. I'm. If you cannot scrape together $100 to publish a game on Steam, this may not be the industry for you. And I know that sounds cold, but like there's crowdfunding, right? There's all kinds of way to get funding. And in the grand scheme of releasing a game, $100 is nothing. Because presumably, you're planning on making money off of this game, yes? I mean, regardless of the circumstance, like, the point I'm making is $100 is very, very minimal, and all storefronts take a cut. All of them. Steam has, I believe, the largest cut, but Steam also has the highest visibility for your product. Like, the number of users of Epic Games versus the number of users of Steam is laughable. So in the PC space, if you want your game to have any chance of being successful, you're releasing on Steam. I guess it's technically possible to be successful on Epic Games, but if you make your game free, will you still get revenue from install? No. Well, you don't get revenue from installs anyway. Like, when I install, like if I go onto Steam and I install any of these games I already bought, no money goes to developers when I do that. Why do people make free games? Because they want to. Because some people release games without caring about making money off of it. Hey, there still needs work. How's it going? We have a newer person here asking about engines and licensing and all that fun stuff. I'm doing pretty good. But Froggy, that's why people release games for free, because they want to. They want people to have their game. And that's generally why purely free games, you're going to find them out to be lower quality. Because if someone's investing a lot of time and effort and money into making a quality game, they probably want to at least recover their costs, right? Like if you go to Congregate, which is like a big hub of Flash games, almost all the games there are free. But they're also not great on average. Like you can find some fun stuff, but for higher quality games, you're gonna pay for it. Like the old phrase goes, you get what you paid for. All right. Hey! My code actually looks halfway decent now. Let's see. Is corner. Gonna need all of that. If corner. That's just the same inputs as this function is. Generally, copy and pasting a chunk of code like this is bad, but I don't really want to have to figure out how to extract this into a separate function. That would be very ugly. Especially for only 2 uses. Does that mean I don't need that part? Yes. So, get a corner piece. What does it mean to be a corner? Corner means it has 1, 2, 3, 4 blank pixels next to it. see. Outpaint threshold. See, what's the maximum number? So 368. Actually, does that even make sense? Yes. Yes? Yes. And by the way, outpaint is not a term. I just can't think of a good word for what this is about to do. So, want it to apply if there's a certain number of transparent pixels. So the minimum number of transparent is 0. In which case, it'll just apply to everything. The maximum number is 8. And I want my default to be 4. It would be really cool if I could figure out how to normalize these two quantities to be equivalent, but I'm not doing that. I do not need neighbor density for this. Parent neighbors is 0. For 1 up to test points. Hair color is that. Don't care about distance. Okay. Oh wait, can I just use time directly? If I can use time directly, then that saves me a little bit of code. Huzzah! Let's call it blank neighbors. That's why I did that. It's safer to cast it after rounding. Okay, so if alpha is greater than 0.5, that goes to 1. Minus 1, 0, we're adding 0 on. At Oh wait, I think I want less than. So if you've got 5 blanks. No, I think I want greater than her. So if I put in a 4, I want this pixel and this pixel to be taken over by this outpaint concept, but I don't necessarily want this pixel to be. This guy has 3, so yes, greater than or equal to. Can I just put a return? Uh-oh. Oh no! Mistakes have been made. Mistakes have been made! Okay. Woo! Hey, hey, hey. How would I get that pixel to not get affected? Like 1 pixel up from how would I do that? Because this has 3 blanks, 6 blanks. No, it has. I guess I could do something like continuous empty spots. Though that's a much more complicated mathematic thing. I think I just let that be. Get it? We're working on a B. Please don't hate me. I think I actually want to mix this. Froggy, go to bed. Been up way too long. To bed with thee. Woke up at 4 p.m. Well, depending on when you go to work, maybe this makes sense for you. Well, that looks less right. What if I do... Yeah, that doesn't look right to me. Weekend so you don't work? Fair enough. Fair enough. But you need to learn C#, right? So you need lots of rest. So if mix isn't doing what I want, what will? What? I might be recreating mix with what I'm about to do, but let's test it. Yeah, I just recreated mix. So what are my alternatives to mix? So shader built in. Talk to me. What can I use? What if I literally just add the other color? What does that look like? Well, that looks terrible. Nope. That doesn't... Yeah, I think I'm just not gonna get the visual I want out of this. I think it's time to give this one up. Do want to get second pixel on the border though. Get rid of this whole corner business. It's a neat idea, but it doesn't really work. Now, how do I expand this to be able to in-paint further? Ideally, without having to just copy paste a whole bunch of stuff. Hey chat, how do I do this? And actually, it's a little bit. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, and what do you look like here? Huh? Huh? How does that make sense? I don't understand. I don't understand. How does that math? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't know what to do. Maybe I plugged in these numbers wrong. Oh, that's all right. So, how the heck does it make sense for... Okay, something's going funky with the subview port. While it's a kind of cool concept, there's a much simpler way to do what I'm doing. I could just have two sprites. Or for that matter, I could use color-coded sprites. For example, right now the sprite is just black in this area. What I could do is have it be, say, blue, and then wherever I want outline to be, make it green. Man, fatigue just hit me in the face all at once. That's weird. Let's take a break. I think I need a break. Host. Dunkoro, where you at, bro? Ah yes, Sunspear Monk. Definitely not Dunkoro. Yep. No similarity between these two. None. Anyway. Those are insects, those are not beasts. They don't count! Garbage. Nope. Bye. Poor Dunkoro. No! I'm tired of fighting Bowman. Look at that stupid whirling defense! Please finish off this target. Thank you. Okay. Sinby! You're the person I've been looking for this whole time. What are we doing? We're gonna be attacked? What? That. Oh no. Oh dear. Well, hopefully they can hold out. But they're not gonna hold out. Holy cow. That was so much damage. Oof. Yep, gonna have to fight my way through these, unfortunately. So let's fight through this route. I think that could be easier. Yeah. And I'm not too worried about Dunkoro playing the minor role in this fight that he is. Well, luckily, when they say kill the, or destroy the scout unit before they report things, it does not appear that I actually have a timer on this. Because, pro tip, I did not do this fast enough. With any haste whatsoever. Why is the... on. Ooh. Oh my god, Dunkoro, please. Konkoro, stop moving around! Good lord. Alright. I should be able to get them to focus one guard at a time. Okay, one down. Two down? Two down! Now let's get out of here. Koro, you're too close. Get away. Alright. Nope. Ta-da! Hello. Please follow me to safety. Please follow. Please. Good. Just think, after this, I'll finally have some money! Why did I want money? There was something I was supposed to buy. Don't remember what it was. Oh well. Guess I just wanted money. Whose outfit is that? Is that the Necromancer Bobbian outfit? Might be. Looks vaguely similar. Okay. Finally have this person here. We have a pet tamer. Have 2 collectors. Awesome. I assume it doesn't matter which one I Bye. Oh, I should check out the rare scroll trader. Hero and Slayer. Assuming there's one in Commodon. Okay, what about in the Great Hall? Where do I find these? Oh, Korendu is one. He was right there. Slayers. It's only 30, I'll test both. No. Same amount of money either way. Huzzah! I have all the money now. Why was I doing this? Not entirely sure. Okay, where are we supposed to be going next? Pretty sure we just did Numu Bay. Hello, Elder Jonah. What's up next? You can wait there. And make sure she doesn't have a resurrection skill. No. Yeah, I know the spotter's there. Like, why are you trying to destroy our nation? Because you tried to destroy my nation first, okay? Why are you still following? Oh, that's... Ow. You guys were seriously aggressive. Fortunately, I don't have to survive here. I just have to walk to all 3 locations and we're done. And timer just went off, but we'll finish up this quest real quick. It should just be walk over here, and we're done. Hello? Well, that was kind of them. That seemed quite rude. I was just following the crazy person. They're like, "Argh." Ooh, man, they are all level 28s. Ooh, boy. Alright. Let's see what we can do about these. Oh, right. Death penalty. Please, please. Okay, we got one. That's all that matters. This is gonna be a pain in the butt, but it's doable. That said, I need to get back to work. We'll do off and on. Okay. So, yeah, I don't love how this looks. I don't love it at all. Okay. Here. Now, where do I want border? At least there. And if I take it out a little more, I think it needs to extend more. Can I have a smaller eraser, please? No? Okay. Not going to be perfect no matter what I do here. Oh, there was a resurrection shrine right here. That's more than slightly disappointing. Why are you still following? Dab it. Okay. Did we take out any during that attack? I think so. Oh, we have to have, because I got experience. At least one is done. Let's take out the madness. I have a feeling he's one of the scarier ones. No bother. Please. Are you kidding me? The worst. Ooh. The deeply frustrating part is just that I just need my spirits to not attack ahead of time. That's it. That's all I need. I guess this is one way to do it. Oh, that's why I'm also having energy problems. Something is purging their hexes. Don't love that. Seriously? Son of a gun. Why? That's not your leash distance. They're gonna attack them, aren't they? Yep. There we go. Yep. Oh, Word of Madness is a monk. Well, that explains a lot of my trouble. Please? No, we're gonna hit one of these situations where they attack, but the projectile doesn't hit. Absolute buggy mess. Okay. And that's going to cause me to have to respawn on the other side of the map, isn't it? Nope, we're respawning right here, so they can just kill me over and over again. Well, that's fun. Okay. Back. Yeah. Oh, one of them is a Mesmer and has energy surge. Awesome. Well, maybe Nightfall is not the campaign to beat. Oh, Woody. Okay, Smite Hex, that's part of the problem. Okay, one down. And yes, this is how we're fighting these. Is it cheap and awful? Yes. Do I have any shame about it? Nope. Wait. That thing has whirling defense too? No, surely not. That would be insane. Oh, good. Okay. Oh, and it's a monk boss. Of course it is. Son of a gun. This place is the worst. Note to self, never take a vacation in Fantasy Africa. You're gonna hate it. I go back to your spot so I can fight the group I'm trying to fight. Are they going to attack? No, thank you. Hello. Oh, right. Quickening Zephyr. All my stuff costs more. Madness is the monk. Nightmares is the mesmer. Mesmer is the thing doing the most damage. Honestly, all of them are really scary. There's no easy enemy in any of these. Why they're not attacking, but I'm happy about it. That 30% is so much. Let me kill this monk. Good Lord, that damage. What the heck am I supposed to do? Oh, good. And they're all at full health again. Son of a gun! Wait. Don't tell me. Oh, they have 2 monks. Ah! Well, that explains why this is just the worst thing ever. And also tells me that I might be better served by leaving and coming back. Nope, nope, nope. Well, this madness is off on its own. So if I can get a volley of attacks going on it. Uh-oh. Are you? Oh, I don't like how much you're moving. Spooky. So this is the one to set up on. For sure. And I don't have that stupid quickening Zephyr over here. Need you to follow me. Please come over. Please come over. Please come over. Why? Okay. I mean, they're spawn camping me, but this is solvable. Slowly but surely. Okay. Who am I focusing? I think I'm gonna try to go after the Herald of Nightmare. Okay. Oh, that's not energy swords, that's shatter enchantment. Not enough damage. Dude, I'm pumping out the most damage I've ever been capable of. Okay, Bird of Madness it is. So... I just absolutely refuse to have any consistency on behavior for the spirits. Okay, can I get this working here? Pretty cool. Right? Good sign. They're splitting again. Yep, so long as they split targets, there's absolutely zero I can do. And they're attacking. What? Get over here. I can get them to... Yeah, that won't work. Because if they're close enough for the spirits to attack, then they are close enough to use that ability, which is a one-shot kill on me. Unfortunately, Arm of Insanity is the hardest one to kill. Okay, what the heck is lightning reflexes? Yeah, hold on. What? %75% block chance. This is expertise. Pros rocking probably 16 expertise. Yeah, let's assume 14. But that means 11 seconds that I just can't attack. So Arm of Insanity cannot be my next target. Means the only option is Word of Madness. Alright. Let's see. Are you guys gonna attack right off the bat? Oh, good. Oh, I should spread them out. Because Barrage is part of what's making them die so quick. Okay. Got it. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Wait. No, no, no. He died. He died! Why is he not dead? Try this a slightly different way. Of course. Wait. I've got this one alone. We win! Chat! It's over! Oh, hey. And now they aren't going to be shattering my hex, right? Oh wait, this one still has... No, I think that's shatter enchantment. Okay. Please. Hack. Thank you. This is it, chat. We're here. We're finally done with this nonsense. Vampirism. What song? On. Wait. What? What? Hold up. What? What is this? Takes double damage after 5 seconds. A duplicate of the creature is summoned to this location. What? That's dumb. So, hold on. This guy can make himself block 75% of attacks for 11 seconds, and then has a 5-second cast skill that duplicates himself. And cannot be interrupted. Sometimes this game is absolutely infuriating. So now I've got 3 of them. Awesome. And that one's walking closer. I'm assuming I don't actually need to kill the duplicates, just the original. For the quest, that is. Okay, he did not use lightning reflexes. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, it's over. Chat, it's over. And I'm just going to throw this out there. If that is what we're fighting in the upcoming missions, I might be throwing in the towel. Like, I might be done. Because that feels incredibly dumb. Okay, so I'm at Nundu Bay. How far away am I from this stupid skill I want? Followed by Nundu Bay. Okay, wait. I shouldn't have to do this quest, right? Yeah, I should be able to go to this. Hold on. Kodash Bazaar. Kodash Bazaar. And we talk to Sarai. Okay, so I'm thinking this is what I should have been doing, so I didn't need to do that quest just now. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Where? Well, wherever it is, it's not something we're doing right now or today. All right. Okay. And the code here for the stinger is changing. If color dot G not equal to 0. Huh? That doesn't seem right. And instead of mix, just color equals that. Right? Why is it not oscillating? There we go. Okay, and what sort of pattern do I want for that pulse? I don't like this. I don't think that's right. What about just absolute value of cosine? What does that do for me? Press something. First thing I want to do with time is... First, let's restrict it to being between -1 and 1. How do I do that? First, on it, with 2, subtract off 1. Absolute value that works. Oh, I guess that's not used anymore either, is it? Yeah. I'll keep that around just because that function's pretty useful. Oh. That's not half bad. What do you think, chat? I think that kind of works. Make a new folder here. Unless I ever want to let a player mimic attack of an... I might want to let that happen. Yeah, okay. Now if I delete this, what happens over here? We're good. Sort of. Two two 23244. All right, in paint amount is irrelevant now. Okay, so it is just a local element, not trying to be some shared resource anymore. F5, 1 6. No, but I'm gonna get sub-pixel animations for this, aren't I? Pretty sure I will. Seems about right. That should not work that way. That should not work that way at all. That's dumb. Is that going to change the scaling over here? Alright. What do I want to try to do with this today? Do have other stuff I need to be doing after stream. Let's see, today is Saturday, right? So, Sunday to get the projectile movement and stuff done. Monday to get the bee actually shooting projectile. Which should be a quick thing, so I should be able to get more done that day. No. Monday will be the behavior for moving around the player, I think. No. Tomorrow's going to be movement around the player. Okay, let me write this down so I don't forget. Sunday. Okay. Shooting. Okay. Just plan for cleanup. So this is going to be just anything that's still not working. Ideally, this gets done before Tuesday so we can move on to something else. Just in case, I'm going to plan in a day of cleanup. Alright. So, am I going to attempt anything with this before we end stream? Talk to Cormier in the command post to find a way. Well, I will at least do this quest, which is just walk over here and talk to a guy. Where are you sending? 22 prize percent. As was said, to speak to Mirza about okay. How far is it? Should be less than 5 minutes to do this one. If we run into trouble, though, I'll just call it quits. It's fine. I have noticed the demons that I was fighting in the last quest, they look an awful lot like some of the wildlife. Like the Mesmer demons look very much like the Natoka birds. I'm guessing that they are all actually varieties of corrupted wildlife. I want to fight you. I want to fight you. You guys heal way too much. It's a shame there's so many good elite skills for Monk, because it means I never bring the elite that they have, which is a 1 second cooldown heal. It's pretty strong. Super annoying to deal with when you're fighting it, but there's so many good elite skills for Monk that no one ever uses that one. Very unfortunate. Oh. Well. Whew. Well, you get to chill there. But sulfurous waste means we're like 1 or 2 locations away from the elite skill that we came to Nightfall for. Like, what? Excuse me? Do I need to go like that way? That doesn't look like it connects. So it's supposed to be a quick 5-minute thing, and then we end stream. Game, please cooperate. Not walk back this way, pretty please. Pretty please. Oh, they're walking back. Oh, they're walking back. Okay. Wait. Okay. Now, circle around the mountains and panic. Oh, good lord. How am I getting past these? Getting past these by summoning a bunch of spirits and letting them fight that while I run. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, nope, 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 nope. 5, 4, 3. Oh god, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Get out. Okay. I'm beginning to doubt if this is going to take me there either. Okay, will I survive to escape? Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're fine. Everything right now is a panic until we're safe. And then it's fine. Hey, Resurrection Shrine over there. I see you. No enemies. It's awesome. Wait. I could... But... Like... I am so lost. Chat, I am... Like, I could have just walked this... Oh my god. I don't understand this place. Like, how did I get that turned around? Wait, this is blocked off too. How the heck do I get there? It can't be this way, right? Like, there's... That's the only place I see to go. Well, that looks kind of like a bridge. Yep, that's a bridge. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no! Chat, this is the worst. I'm gonna have to actually fight these. I'm gonna have to actually run from these. Yeah, they are absolutely wrecking me. Oh, they are still chasing. Got it. Here's probably the best place to set up. I'll have a range advantage on them. The archers are going to do less damage when they attack. Whoa! That stings. What? You cannot shoot me from there. Yeah. Alright, so I'm probably not killing these. Yeah, no, a priest and a boss, this is not happening. So, how are we dealing with it? Poorly, the answer. What? The heck? Are these guys for real right now? Oh my god, this hyena is gonna kill me. And if they're gonna cripple me, there's... Oh god. Okay, we can do the leash range shuffle. That's an option. I get them just to leash range. But my spirit's just outside of leash range. Let's put one inside. Right here. But they keep changing targets on me. Like... What killed me? Okay, I must have had some sort of damage over time effect on me. Alright. That does seem to be the only way to go. Which stinks. Hey, Wiki. Yeah, that's the only way to go. Alright. Can I set up enough spirits that they get distracted? Seem semi-distracted. Well, let's try it. But I don't know what to do about those guys. No, no cripple. No cripple. Cripple is garbage. Come on. The cripple has to wear off. Yep. There's no way. I have to be able to kill all of them. Wait, and then there's a whole army on the other side too. Okay. I'm gonna leave this up, and I will try to fight through that tonight, because, like, that's gonna be boring for you guys, since this is the same fight you've seen 100 times now. It's just a question of, can it be done? Because it's literally just set up spirits, hex one target, wait to see if it dies. If it dies, repeat. If not, pick new target. Set up spirits, hex that target. Wait to see if it dies. And that's the entire cycle here. So, that is going to be enough for today. Not too much progress, but it was still something on shaders. And I'm learning to lean on this new, shouldn't say new concept, but I'm learning to lean more on this concept of encoding data in an image and using that rather than trying to create everything in the shader itself. Like the in paint here. Sure, I could have toiled for hours and hours to figure out how to put this border on it. But the better strategy is just make a new image where I encode what pixels are going to have what behavior from the shader. It works. So I need to remember to rely on that more and more. But that'll do it for today. So, folks, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you all so. And above all, guys, y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.